Good evening, everyone. Everyone awake and ready?
Awake and ready.
Ready for our meditation until midnight?
Yes.
Well, those who brave the roads, and there are others who plan to come, but particularly further north, there's snow, and so some people didn't come to plan, so keep them in our spirit here. Let us go within. And thinking of all the things that you bring in with you from the world, concerns, worries, preoccupations of the mind. And this is a time to let those go. We can focus our minds exclusively upon the divine presence within. Think about a flaming light in front of you. And all those things. There's concerns about finances, health, job, family, whatever the circumstances. You put it into the flame. You let it go. You see the flame take those worries, those concerns, takes it, absorbs it, purifies it, lifts it up. Taking all the stress and strain that you may have been feeling and giving it all at the feet of God. Giving it into the flame of light. That it is a time of fresh beginnings. To wipe the page clean. And so that you might enter in like a newborn, fresh with wonder, innocence. Everything else left behind. Now, if you'll pray with me, O Heavenly Father,
O Heavenly Father,
Divine Mother,
Divine Mother,
beloved Jesus Christ,
beloved Jesus Christ,
Blessed Master,
Blessed Master,
dearest Mother,
dearest Mother,
saints and sages of all religions,
saints and sages of all religions,
I bow to all of you.
I bow to all of you.
Free my life from all obstacles.
Free my life from all obstacles.
And give me physical, mental, and spiritual development.
And give me physical, mental, and spiritual development.
Make my mind thy temple.
Make my mind thy temple.
Make my heart thy altar.
Make my heart thy altar.
Make my love thy home.
Make my love thy home.
Be thou the only King,
Be thou the only King,
reigning on the throne of my consciousness.
reigning on the throne of my consciousness.
Peace,
Peace,
bliss,
bliss.
Amen. Would you lead us in a couple of chants, please? Start with some round.
Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om 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 Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Shri Ram Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Shri Ram Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai 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 Jai Ram
Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai
Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram
Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai
Everyone, Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Let's do Jai Guru. Jai Guru, Jai Guru, Jai Guru, Jai. 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 Jai Guru, Jai Guru, Jai Guru, Jai.
Read to you the posting that I put out today. As I think of the coming of the new year, I picture opening a new book or a fresh unmarked page upon which to write. Perhaps sitting in a theater waiting for the performance to begin. There is openness, a hushed expectation, curiosity, and a desire to know what the supreme author will scribe, say, or do in your life. The start of anything can be exciting, tenuous, and uncertain all at the same time. Through the years, we can become overfamiliar with life, and in doing so, we lose many precious qualities, becoming dull to life wonders, entrenched in sameness, hypnotized by fear, lack, self-condemnation, or enmeshed in bitterness. These are life-killing tendencies and suck joy right out of us. These perspectives are simply states of mind, as demonstrated by the fact that the person next to us with very similar circumstances can have a completely different and elevated attitude. The very root of this universe is Ananda. It is an explosion of joyful bliss. And life, when lived in God, is filled with divine presence. No matter how far we wander from it, our source, it never stops being the essence of who and what we are. This is a fact. It has been a source of great mischief that religious leaders invented eternal hell and damnation. Reason tells us that God, being creator of all, is more loving than the most devoted parent, will never abandon his children, never. We are made in his likeness and his image, and therefore we are eternally his. The real question then is how to consciously reestablish that connection. For that, we have been given the truth by living spiritual masters, and we have received the means to practice the very highest methods for realizing God by our guru lineage. Mental speculation is but a vague shadow compared to the light of realization. To step into that light, we must strive with all of our might. With great courage, we must step out of the shadows and be illumined. Sri Yukteswarji assured us that all of us have a but that should not stop us in striving for self-realization. But natural laziness get us to the goal. I have devotees tell me that they have no time for meditation because they play golf each morning. Some who wish to drink alcohol or use drugs, others are driven by the need to socialize with friends, watch TV, or surf the net. There are a million excuses, but there is one compelling reason for knowing God. It is only through oneness with Him that we can have lasting happiness, a fulfillment that does not diminish with time, nor is severed by death. As aspirants, we continue to live in the body, in this world. As such, there are things we must have for survival of this body: clothing, shelter, and food. At times we need medical care. For many who have taken on the responsibilities of family, the list grows longer. So we work to have balance in our lives. There are legitimate desires to fulfill living in this material realm. For some, it is completing education, excelling in a profession, building a business, or raising a family. Looking to the new year, we can take into account the many aspects of life, material as well as spiritual. Create a clear picture of who you want to be and what you want to accomplish. For every creation begins with an idea. Putting yourself into that picture, feel what it is like. The sense of self-mastery, the balance, peace, bliss, wisdom, the whole package. Then also think of accomplishing what you have come to do in this world: service to humanity, the fulfillment of your dreams. Expand your consciousness to comfortably and easily accommodate your dreams. Definitely invite God to be co-creator with you. Remember, you are made in His likeness and His image. There are no limits to what He can do through you. Blessings. Blessings for the unwritten pages that will be filled with the unfolding days of this new year, and that you be a perfect conduit for the supreme light of this world to manifest through every thought, word, and action. And from Papa Ramdas, I'd like to read Self-Realization, Its Impact on Society. A student is asking Papa, how does self-realization of the individual help society? Ramdas, by self-realization, you become happy inwardly and therefore seek nothing from the outside. So your activities flow out only for the uplift and good of others. A man who is discontented within seeks for external changes in order, and so doing harms society. He thinks he will get happiness from external objects. When you have found true happiness, realizing that nature, peace, and bliss, you are not in conflict with anybody. Your vision is equal, and your activities turn to service of everyone. Then it is that you become the true instrument of God. Our little self stands in the way of our doing good to the world. Not only do we not do good, but we harm the world, as the spirit of exploitation seizes us, and we do things only as prompted by the ego. After self-realization, our life will be entirely dedicated to the service of humanity. The happiest man is the most generous man. The miserly man and selfish man, besides being miserable himself, makes others near him also unhappy. The student again asks, when he gets the supreme bliss, he indulges in it for himself. How are others benefited thereby? From Ramdas, that is not like the enjoyment of the senses. A burning lamp cannot hide its light. So when bliss is experienced within yourself, you spread it everywhere around you. It is not for any one individual, but for the whole universe. Devotee, it says that the self-realized beings do not move in society. Is that correct? Ramdas, are you sure? If so, give an example. The great teachers were not selfish. They did not keep to themselves the spiritual knowledge they had gained. They lived in the world to elevate those who came in contact with them. Take the case of Buddha and Shankara. How much did they wander about for the uplift of people? They did not keep away from society or remain in solitude. It's an interesting discussion, isn't it? It's one that we can take heart of, because you can think to yourself, perhaps, the time you spend in meditation, the time that you spend communing with God, certainly it is to get that realization. It's to be lifted up. But you do not just lift yourself up. Jesus himself said, if I be lifted up, shall lift up all mankind with me. We are all connected by invisible links. And what one person does affects every other person. If one person degrades their life, then all those who are connected with that individual experience the pull downwards. Now, a strong individual can always overcome that pull. But those who are of lesser strength of will feel the influence and will find themselves pulled down as well. Others who are lifted up can lift up all those around them, whether they ever say a word about it, or whether they do anything differently about it. There's a light that radiates from that individual. And as they are lifted up, they pull everyone up with them. Now, Jesus said, and if I be lifted up, shall lift up the entire world. And yet we look around us and we see that the entire world hasn't been lifted into the kingdom of heaven that he enjoyed. But the meaning is more subtle than that. He has a beneficial influence on all this world. And you think of one man who lived 2,000 years ago and the tremendous impact he's had on this world, how his teachings have gone out to millions and billions of people, and people of various states of consciousness take those teachings and they do with them what they will. Some people take them and they put them to misuse, and they talk about things they know not of. And as a result of that, ignorance is spread. But that's not the fault of Jesus. Others who are more closely attuned to him will be lifted up and lift up so many others as well. St. Francis is such a wonderful example of that. He existed in the dark ages when things were very dark indeed. Reading and writing had become almost to a standstill. Hardly anybody did it. There was very little organization in terms of governments. It was a strong man around who ruled everything. So it was a dark time in terms of history. And yet St. Francis took simple words to live simply as the birds in the air and as the bees and as all of these things of nature. And will God not take care of you? And somehow it awakened something tremendous in him. And so he determined within himself to live as Jesus had spoken about, in the very simplicity, and to spend his time in deepening prayer. He just didn't sit on his hands and wait for somebody to do something for him. He went to work within the laboratory of his own soul. He dug deep through prayer and through focusing upon God, through singing. He loved song. He loved nature, and so he communed with nature. He saw God in nature. And he sang to God. And through that, his mind was purified and he was lifted up. There's the wonderful story of when he decided to celebrate Christmas Eve, the time as Joseph and Mary arrived in the cave and Mary gave birth to Jesus. Believe it or not, this is the first time that this had been celebrated in this way. But he found a cave, and they put some straw and they brought some animals and put it in, and they had everything set, and they even put a little cradle that was empty. And he began to worship with all of his heart, with all of his soul. St. Francis had such a laser-like mind that whatever he put it on, that he went to, and he went toward that devotion to this baby Jesus, to this event of God coming into the world. And his devotion and his zeal and that of the devotees who were around him was so great that a light began to emanate. And the town nearby saw this tremendous light, and they thought it was a fire, and they all came with pitchforks and different implements that they thought they would need in order to put a fire out. And what did they find? They found these wonderful godmen who were surrounded this little stable with these animals, and that Christ was being worshipped, and they all came and they worshipped as well. Isn't that a beautiful thing? And ever since then, that birth has been thought of in that way. And people have mangers, they have crèche scenes, they have different representations. When we go down to Mexico, perhaps in other places as well, they don't put the baby Jesus in until Christmas morning, or maybe after midnight, after Mass. And then they put the Christ child in there because he doesn't arrive until then. And so they have that kind of devotion. So Jesus awakened that kind of devotion, his teachings, to not harm one another, to love one another, even your enemy. These were brand new to so many different people. They were known in other parts of the world, but they came as an awakening in that part of the world, that all people might enjoy the God realization of being merged in Christ consciousness. You didn't have to be of a certain nobility, you didn't have to go to a certain school, that any sincere heart and mind and soul could accept. And as a result of that, receive this Christ birth deep within the soul. It's beautiful and it's wonderful. And it awakens something new, and it influences still all for the better. I'd like to read from Mother here from the journal. At the feet of Papa, at Papa's feet. It was so perfect that he, meaning God, took me to the feet of another master who put me through the crucifixion in order that I might gain final enlightenment. And my life was very little to pay for him. And it was he, Master, who I thought I was praying it for, because he had saved my life so many times. I had given it to him, and he had accepted it, and he took it. Mother at one point had tuberculosis, and at that time it was oftentimes a death sentence. And she had small children, and the doctor was telling that she was going to have to go into a sanatorium. And she had a husband who had no arms, and she took care of him, and she worked for the family, and she took care of the children. And what would happen to her husband and to her children if she had to go into a sanatorium? Is a very dire circumstance, not to mention the threat of hell. So she sent a telegram to Master and told him what the situation was. And he sent a telegram back and said that he had prayed for her. And the next time that she went in and got the x-rays, before there had been two tuberculosis tumors that were about the size of a silver dollar, she said. And when she went back, they were both gone, not any sign of them whatsoever. She had an ovarian cyst at another time. She said that she was told that it was about the size of a grapefruit, and there was a danger that it could explode and that it would kill her. And they were wanting to do an operation on her, but she was physically in a very weak condition, and she didn't think that she could survive an operation of that sort. So once again, she telegrammed down to Master. And once again, Master sent back that he had prayed for her. And when she went back to the doctor the next time, amazingly, that ovarian cyst was completely gone. And so it's the truth when she says that he saved her life, not once, but many times. And there were other times as well, in other ways. Her own daughter, Barbara, had been playing and was standing on a chair. And the son, as a small boy, these were just small children, playfully pushed the chair. But Barbara had fallen off the chair and fallen right on her head on the kitchen floor. And she was unresponsive. And so Mother took her to the hospital. And they said that she very likely had brain damage and that she would never be normal again. And they doubted if she would even walk again. Master was in town, and Mother took Barbara to Master, and he laid her down on his lap, and he passed his hand up and down her spine. And then he would say, "She will be all right." And gradually she recovered everything. She was mentally normal. She was able to walk. She was able to run. She was able to do everything that a child could do. So you see what a tremendous impact this great God-man had on Mother's life and her family's. And she was absolutely devoted to him. She felt that Master was Christ come again. He was so great in God. And she saw many of the changes that began to happen after he left the body. And she was greatly upset. They were changing his words. They were changing his teachings. They were changing photographs. They changed his name. Everything seemed up for sale. And she didn't think that this was right. You know, when a master says something, and Mother said this about Master, sometimes that he spoke the most beautiful English, and other times he simply murdered the King's English. And so he had editors who helped him. English was not his first language, and he didn't learn it really until he was an adult. And it's amazing how beautifully he did speak and how beautifully he did write. But of course, any writer needs help with editor. That's just something that goes on. So Master had editors helping him with his work. But it seemed that they weren't happy. Sometimes they would make changes, and he would write back and he would say, "No, I want it left the way that I said it." Well, once he left the body, it seemed like all the gates broke open, and just every editorial change they thought they could make, they did. And there are over 300 changes in the autobiography itself. They changed his name, they changed his signature. It's really quite something when you stop to think about it. And Mother was not in favor of any of this, and this put her in bad favor. Those who were doing all of this, who were at the top of the organization, they didn't like to be gainsaid. They didn't want to be questioned about any of this. They just wanted everybody to go along with it. And Mother wasn't of that mind. She felt that she was being loyal to Master. She was so upset about this, she just knew that there's something that she must be able to do to change this. They had it legally all sewn up. What could she do, just one woman who lived in a distant city? She also wanted her God realization. She was totally focused. She had already attained a high state of consciousness. She had been in Nirvikalpa Samadhi for 11 days. She went into states of bliss, but she knew that there was more. You become solidified. You become stabilized in a state of God realization. Even up until the very last moment, you're still going in and out of it. There are times when you are lifted up and other times when you are tested or you have some lesser state of consciousness. And you know that you're not all the way there. You know that you haven't completely purified the mind so that you can remain there. Now it is God alone, ultimately, who can purify the mind. The human ego is by nature imperfect, and so it cannot create perfection, but it must strive for perfection. And it is through the striving and the surrendering of yourself at God's feet that God picks you up, and he puts you through all the experiences that are necessary in order to fully realize him. And when you keep your mind on God and you surrender to him completely and totally, then you give him full sway to do everything that he wants, everything that needs to be done in order to perfect yourself. Only God is perfect, and only God can bring you into that state of perfection. Jesus himself said, "Be ye perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect." Now, did he ask us to do something that is impossible to do? And that can't be the case. It must be so that his words find fulfillment, because that is true of every great master. The words cannot go unfulfilled. So, Mother was absolutely determined in order to find this great state of realization. And she prayed deeply to God because she felt the gulf between herself and God, that she had not gained the whole thing yet. And she said, Lord, you yourself must do this, or send someone who can do this. And God replied to her, and he said, I will come to see you face to face. There was some time after that, not too long after that, Bob Raymer called Mother. And he said, I have somebody here that I want you to meet. He's tremendous. Now, Bob Raymer told me it's quite a funny story. When he first met Papa Ramdas, he had heard about him. And so he invited him, without having met him at all, come and meet, I think it was with his Rotary Club. And they were all businessmen and all men of the world. But he thought it would be interesting, and they would invite different people. So he invited Papa to come and talk to his club. So Papa came, and the entire time that he talked about renunciation. He talked about the evils of the world. And here he's saying this in front of all his Bob Raymer's friends, who are all businessmen and all men of the world. And he thinks, oh my God, what do they think of me? But I invited this person to come, and it seems like they're berating him, or he's berating them. He was so upset about this that when he left, he drove around and drove around. He didn't go back to his office because he was sure he'd be getting one phone call after another. What in the world did you think, inviting this man to come to talk to us? So he drove around for so long, and at last he thought, well, I have to go back to my office eventually, so I might as well do it now. And he went back, and there were, sure enough, there was a whole stack of messages there. And one after another, they read, it's so wonderful that you brought this man. We really benefited from his words of wisdom. And there was not one criticism that he got. So he was a brother disciple of Master's, along with Mother. And he called Mother, and he says, this God man is coming to Seattle. You must see him. And so Mother invited him to her home. And she had the meditation center there. It was, at that time, it was an SRF center. And she invited him there, and he gave a talk. And he talked about God's grace coming and how God dispensed his grace. And afterwards, she asked Papa to bless everyone that was there. And he did so because he said he had committed himself by saying what he said during the talk. And then afterwards, Papa, and you can read this in The World is God, but Papa said something to the effect, you must be happy now. All of your devotees here, they must be all happy. And she said, how could we not be when God has come to visit? And meaning Papa. And Papa said, well, it is God who has come to see God face to face. And this is an exact quote of what Mother had heard from God earlier, that I will come to see you face to face. And she was just stunned. And she recognized this was God telling her, it is this man who has come, this great God man, who has come to take you all the way to himself. And so, as you know, later on she traveled to an ashram, and there she was put through these tremendous experiences. It can seem odd to some that Mother had such great devotion to Master, and yet she went to India to see this other great Master. But she would oftentimes say, she is the product of two perfect masters. And that if Yogananda had continued to live in the body, perhaps Rajasi also had left the body. So there is nobody qualified to take her through these experiences, and they were of such a profound nature that if she did not have the direct supervision of Papa, his protection, as well as Masters on the invisible side, she would not have been able to survive what she went through. She didn't go through it for herself. She went through it for the world. And as a result of that, she went through very powerful, very strong experiences. And so we are all the beneficiaries of the tremendous life that she led. So that's what took her to Papa's feet. So I'm going to continue now with what she was writing or saying. And it was he, Master, whom I thought I was praying it for. Because he had saved my life so many times, I had given it to him, and he had accepted, and he took it. And so out of all of that, I came to this point. Whatever I may be, God alone knows. I know not. I only know that with everything I am, I belong to the Lord. With every breath I draw, I serve him. That I love him in every form that comes before me. That there is nothing that he would ask of me that I would not do. And I would ask each and every one of you to examine your own conscience, your own hearts, and ask yourselves if that is true of you. You come and you say you want God realization. Are you willing to give up your life for Christ? Are you willing to give up yourself in order that you may find yourself? Are you willing to go through every test, every single thing that is required of you in order to find this oneness with God? Or are you just complaining about every little thing? Is your mind working to find fault with this and that? It is filled with doubts. I should be at the source. It should be at the source of all wisdom. It should be on the fountain of all love, God himself, the source of all. And don't forget that he is seated in your heart. He is your very life, your real self. And still you fail to realize that you are willing to settle for the little self that will give you nothing but grief and sorrow and doubt and ashes in the end. One of the best known signs of divinity of a master is his humanity. Real spiritual advancement makes a person more fully human, not more removed from humanity. The advanced saint or yogi may be so absorbed in his inner experiences that he cannot relate to the mundane details of the gross plan. But the perfect master is perfectly human. I should say that Mother had started to read from a book on Meher Baba, one of the great spiritual masters. Many people expect aloofness in a guru. Look for warmth instead. Many people expect a master to be serenely oblivious to the world. Look instead for an uncanny awareness of everything around him. Many expect a somber countenance, charged with the seriousness of the struggle of the spiritual path. Look instead for one to be both appropriately grave and blissfully lighthearted as the occasion demands. A perfect master has an enlivening sense of humor and a superhuman consideration for your very human worries and problems. He is alive to every look in your eyes, every tone of your voice, every hope, every wish, every sadness, and every joy. He cares for you and for your ultimate happiness, as is the most loving grandmother. And he shows his care with unimagined tenderness in 1,000 unexpected ways. The God-realized master has plumbed the most esoteric mysteries of the universe, and he experiences a world of infinite consciousness, which is absolutely unknown to the ordinary man. But many seekers feel that such a master would be totally out of their reach, preoccupied and unconcerned with them. But if he is indeed divine, he will show you what it is to be truly human. Beautifully said and absolutely true. I remember the night that Mother invited me to come to dinner to her apartment. And I was so nervous because I thought, how can I entertain her? How can I have conversation with her? I was not somebody who had a lot of conversation. I was very quiet in nature. And I didn't have to worry at all. Mother made me absolutely comfortable. And that she talked to me just as any friend would talk to a friend. And yet, it was so tremendous. It was so uplifting. And she took me into her back room and she showed me many things that she had collected from India and other places. And these were new things to me. And she could be blunt, and that was her humanness. She showed me the picture of one man who was a rather bulky-looking Swami in India. And I didn't know, but she had had a terrible time with this individual on the astral plane. And she didn't think much of him spiritually. And she said, "Look at him. Doesn't he look like a big fat slug?" And I thought, well, I don't know this individual at all. I didn't know what to say. And then she showed me somebody else, and he was a disciple of Yogananda's, and he was the head of the monks at that time. And I had a picture. She showed me a picture of him, and it said, "Monks joyfully welcoming back Swami." Or he wasn't a Swami then, I'm sorry, but this individual. And she said, "You know, they hated his guts. They really didn't like him at all." So, it was blunt talk for me, and not knowing much about it, I just accepted it and put it in for consideration, and didn't form any one strong opinion one way or the other. And this is the way that I did with Mother. She talked about many things that were outside of my experience and outside of my knowledge. Of course she did. I knew that she wasn't expecting me to just accept every blessed thing that she said because she said it. But this was a path of realization. This is a path of experience. But she was teaching me with everything, because then she would back it up and she would tell me the stories of why this individual was not what he should be, the Swami, or why this head of the monks was not what he should be. Now, you can join in and take it as gossip, or you can take it as feeling holier than thou because you're not the one who's being put on the spot in the moment. Or you can take it as teachings, that she's telling you what qualifies you as a realized master and what disqualifies you. What are the things that you would look for in a realized master? You see, we're not taught these things, and many times in India they're not taught it, but it's at least more prevalent in India to know about spiritual masters, to know about gurus, but here we don't get too much of that. So she was teaching me and showing me how to use my discrimination, not just for the world, but for myself. What if I fell into the traps that she was talking about? I would then be armed at least with the knowledge that I'd fallen into a trap. Where if she had never told me about this and didn't tell me about how you can exploit people, how on a astral level you can invade people. I had that experience. There was a Swami who used to make the rounds, and he was quite well known. And I had seen him before I met Mother, and I didn't think that much of him. I wasn't drawn to him at all. But I had an opportunity to go and see him talk after I met Mother. And I thought, well, it would be interesting to go and see him and see what I experience now that I've met Mother. So I went and I listened to his talk, and I wasn't any more plussed than I had been the first time. But as he was walking out, there seemed to be a separation of people. He was perhaps 20 feet away from me. And he stopped and he turned and he looked directly at me. And I could feel him psychically rummaging around on the inside of me. And I didn't like it. And I immediately thought of Mother, and instantly this light over the top of me began to come down around like a shield all around me. And as soon as that light started to envelop me, his head snapped back around and he kept on walking out. And she had saved me in that moment. Sometimes these spiritual masters are not what they are supposed to be. I'd heard later that he had demonstrated this spiritual power by making a cat crawl on its belly all the way towards him up to his feet. And everybody was very impressed with this. Well, most everybody was. The person who was telling me was disgusted by it, that he had forced this cat to do this. And you see, we see things like this and we can think, well, how marvelous. You have power to be able to do this. Maybe I'd like to have that power too. And it's absolutely the wrong way to go. Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita says that you absolutely eschew any powers that come to you, that a true yogi does, because you can get trapped in that. And that can become a world unto itself. And it doesn't take you anywhere. Sri Yukteswar said you can have power over this entire universe and still lack God realization. So some people equate having superordinary powers with knowing God, but this is not the case. And so we have to be taught how to train our minds on absolute God realization and nothing of what Mother called Mr. In-Between. So we must learn discrimination. It's not just everything that comes down the road that's just all hunky-dory. Things don't add up. You have to look for that purity. Swami Satchidananda was such a lovely example because he is so quiet. He is very different than Mother in that sense. But the feeling of God in him, and God sent me to him because he was to help me toward that final mile myself, and which he did. And I am forever grateful to him for doing that. But he was a very different personality. One of the things that we get by seeing the different personalities of the guru lineage written about, that Larry Mahasaya is very different from Sri Yukteswarji. He was very different from Master. Very different personalities. Yet all are God realized. Papa is very different himself. Mataji is different, very different. Swamiji, very different. We get the idea it's not about becoming like someone else. Or you don't have to learn how to talk with an Indian accent. That doesn't make you holy. These are just things that people adopt in order to try to increase their standing. It's all ego. You don't become like someone else. You become yourself, your true self. You have never felt more at home than when you were God realized. You never have felt more yourself than when you know God. You think with the language that you have to surrender yourself, that you die, and all of that has a truth to it. But it's not death as if you cease to exist. You cease to exist on that which does not serve you, that which is just pure ego consciousness. And it keeps you in a state of separation. It keeps you from your happiness. And really, it keeps you from being who you truly are. Many of us grew up with this feeling that our families weren't our real families. I certainly had that feeling. And that this world seemed like a strange place. There's a book one time called Stranger in a Strange Land. And it describes many of our experiences in growing up. It's when you find God realization that you really find yourself. That's the strange irony. All of this giving up and all of this dying, it is true. We die to the little self. We die to those things that keep us in a state of separation. But we are reborn. We are reborn into our true self. We're born into enlightenment. And there is nothing greater than that. Occasionally you hear where it's said that the Buddha was an atheist. And this is not the case at all. He, when asked about afterlife, when he is asked about is there a God and all such things, he said, why have any mental speculation about this? Get to work. Get your realization. This is paraphrasing what he said. But get to work and get your own realization. Achieve that state of nirvana. Now, he didn't invent that term. That was a Hindu term. But he didn't want a lot of focus on the gods and the goddesses and so on. I think he must be very disappointed when he looks down on this earth. I don't think there's been any statue that's been duplicated more than the Buddhists. You see them everywhere. And he would just shake his head, and I would think he would say, you just can't escape it, can you? The mind wants something to focus upon. It thinks in subject, object, relationship. It wants something to focus on. Even if you think about the nothingness of God, you create some image in your mind of what the nothingness of God is. You can't really enter into that state unless God takes you into it. He took me into that state. And when I was in that state, it really is the nothingness. I existed, I was conscious, but nothing of myself existed. I had no reaction to this world. Somebody told me, it feels like you're dead. And something from deep inside of me said, I am dead. And I had absolutely no response to it. And in that sense, I was dead. I was certainly dead to the old self, and I just was not operating in this world, although I was walking. It was like being in a dream and knowing that you're dreaming, and just having no real relationship with it. And this went on for quite some time. God puts you through these things, not just to test you, not just to constantly examine you, but he empties you out. Jesus said you don't pour new wine into an old wineskin. Rather, you start out with a new wineskin. Your wineskin is you. It's your ego consciousness. It's your sense of self. And God is going to completely take that apart. Now, you can't do this yourself. God has to do it and take you through these experiences. But he takes you apart, piece by piece, and sometimes whole chunks at a time. And you have to surrender to it. You have to let him have his way. Because if you don't, you're preserving that which should not be preserved. You're keeping yourself from going into that state of realization. So this is something that you must know going into it. Because you get into the middle of these experiences and you wonder, what in the world did I do to myself? And how do I get out of it? And then you realize this is God orchestrating this from beginning to end. And it does test you to the very hilt. But if you will endure it, if you will keep your mind on God, keep surrendering to him every bit of the way, do your part to purify yourself, God will do the rest. Listen to his direction. Listen to his higher light. If you know you should be doing something and you're not doing it, this is an excellent time to begin to think of yourself as having self-mastery. Now you may think, but I don't have self-mastery. I do these things in spite of what I think. And so you grow in your mind. You grow your God self-image. Who is that person inside of you who has that self-mastery? It already exists because you are already a God-realized person. You just haven't realized it. All the capacity, all the potential is there. So when you think in this wise, when you think the opposite, and you say, well, I've never been able to do that. I'm a failure. I can't do that. That's asking too much. I've tried and tried and tried again. It's because you haven't accessed that pure, perfect self that already exists inside of you. It's already there. You don't have to create it. You just need access to it. You need to allow it to come forward. And if you suffer a belief system that you're no good, that you're filled with darkness, that you never do it right, that the world never gives you what you're looking for, that may be true. But God will give you it. Well, I've tried that. I've prayed to God. Well, you haven't prayed deeply enough. You haven't gone far enough. You've not made that contact. Because when you do, that perfection comes forward. That realization begins to grow inside of you. Invisible forces come in to support you. And that is what gives you the power to change. And to become the God self that you're intended to be. Continuing on with Mother. The Master tests the disciples in many ways. I remember when I first went to India, I had visions of spending long hours in meditation, of doing certain types of sadhana. I didn't know what to expect from Swami Ramdas because I didn't go over there really to get my God realization from him. I went over there on my Master's behalf because of my great love for him and my great concern for his work. And so I said to Papa one day, Papa, what would you like us to do? And he looked at me and he said, Ramdas wishes that you would do nothing. And that stopped me. I thought, what am I supposed to do? Sit here with my hands folded, just do nothing? That doesn't seem very wise or very smart. How am I going to get to God that way? But I took it inside of myself and I meditated on it. All of a sudden, the answer came. He didn't want me, the human ego, to do anything. He wanted me to relinquish it totally, absolutely, and to let God, who is the very light, the dweller in this form, do all things through me and for me. Now this is a tremendous realization. Now if we get that information too early, we really do get stymied. But when you start to feel God moving through you, you learn what surrender really is. In the beginning, you surrender to the higher light inside of you, the things you know you should be doing. But that's more of a mental apprehension of what is right for you. When God awakens inside of you and you feel that peace, you feel that bliss, you will start to get that inner direction. It's not always clear to you because the mind is not totally purified. But we strive for that inner direction. And we want to do the right thing. And as we continue down that path, the mind gets more and more purified until we really do know what the right thing is. We go according to the highest light that we know. We let God do the work. And we are completely at his mercy, so to speak. We are totally focused on him. We become like in a marionette that God operates. But we're not a dumb, unconscious marionette. We're very much alive. We're very conscious. We're very aware. And he works through us time and time again. And you become that perfect instrument that God is operating through. This is the most wonderful, the most beautiful, the most powerful life we can possibly imagine entering into. And it's right here. It's right here. It's something for you to begin to enact, even in this moment. So let us take a break now. I think that there's water and some things to drink upstairs. Bathroom break if we need it. I'll ring the bell and we'll come back again. Okay, about 10 minutes. Let's see. So everybody has a chance. listen to the talk of others now. So find it.
This particular article is entitled The Art of Prayer. The highest level of prayer is to think God's thoughts after Him, to attune our lives to love, hope, faith, justice, kindness. You've all heard me read the Gospels according to Pete. I'd like to read from Wilfred Peterson's little book entitled The Art of Being tonight. This particular article is entitled The Art of Prayer. The highest level of prayer is to think God's thoughts after Him, to attune our lives to love, hope, faith, justice, kindness, to become open channels for the goodness of God. Prayer does not change God. It changes us. It deepens insight, increases intuitive perception, expands consciousness. It transforms personality. Prayer opens doors to let in God and let out self, to let in love and let out hate, to let in faith and let out fear. Prayer helps us to find ourselves by praying, not to get more, but to be more. We discover a way to serve, a purpose for which to live, a dream to make real. Prayer is dedicating our thought, feeling, and action to the expression of goodness. It is to become like a window through which the light of God shines. And from Swami Ramandas, we have the article entitled, Thou Art That. Realize that you are the self-luminous, unconditioned, ever-free, and absolute reality. In you, there does not exist any limit, bondage, or ignorance. You are the embodiment of the universal spirit and nature. Hence, you are eternal existence, consciousness, and bliss. You are at once static and dynamic, ever silent, serene, and changeless truth, and also ever active, changing, and creative power. The qualities and the pairs of opposites belong to a wrong conception of what you are. Identity with the individual life and form has been the cause of your conflict and pain. You are always governed by a universal law. Submission to that law means release from the prison house of your own making. The moment you know that you are one with all beings and existences, you break down the walls of separation from the cosmic truth. In fact, such a separation does not exist. When your inner light is clouded with a strange veil of omniscience, you think, feel, and act as though you have a distinctive, isolated personality. When the veil is rent through right understanding and the consequent awareness of your real nature, you at once realize that all life is one. All objects, forms, and beings are the expression of one truth. It is not a question of attainment or acquisition of a new state, but it is the revealment of your true, radiant, and immortal being. Although at first, in the process of the removal of the veil, you take it that the spirit and matter are two different things as they appear in their nature diametrically opposed to each other. In the ultimate, all-comprehensive and perfected experience, you realize they are one. Now all standards that guided you hitherto in your life drop off, and the freedom you experience is simply inexpressible. Eternal rapture seizes you and permeates you through and through. Every atom of your being, so to say, thrills to the pulsation of cosmic music and harmony. It must be noted that suppression of desires in the realization of the goal is not the way. You have to sublimate, divinize, and transform them. When you are liberated from the clutches of the ego set, through the mingling of your individual life and the cosmic existence, the poisonous instincts of self-seeking with which your desires are imbued disappear. Then your life and all its actions flow in a spirit of spontaneity, yielding you a pure, self-contained, and objectless joy and ecstasy. Therefore, repeatedly, you are enjoined upon to surrender your individual will to the cosmic will, to fill your vision with the light of God who pervades all the worlds, to dissolve your ego in an immanent and transcendent consciousness, and thus realize that there is only one truth and one life, and that your separation from this truth and life is utterly false. Now, when you seem to be apparently progressing on the divine path, you are already at the destination. So, a conscious and deliberate struggle and endeavor to reach the goal seems to be absurd. You are already back. You have only to doff the mask and reveal yourself. And he has a little poem down at the bottom here. Make thy heart a shrine of love. Fill it with the fragrance of peace. Light in it the lamp of wisdom. Adorn it with flowers of joy. Then ecstasy supreme. Seize thee through and through, and make thee a very image of God. For our Bible reading tonight, we have St. Matthew chapter 16, beginning with verse 24. Then said Jesus unto his disciples, If any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it. What is a man profit if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works. Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. I've chosen for my subject tonight one that Master talked about constantly. Change yourself and you will change thousands. This is the truth. Change yourself and you will change thousands. In order to do that, you must pick up your cross, which is your body, and follow the Christ which is within you, constantly guiding you, directing you, watching after you, protecting you, taking care of you in every department of your life. Everybody wants to hang on to this human life. We had a question about fear the other evening. But the greatest thing and the only thing to fear is fear itself. Why do you think that fear comes into your consciousness? It is the fear of this human ego, that which in truth does not exist. It thinks of itself as separate from God. And its fear is that it will lose its independence, its power to move and act on its own, to take credit for everything that it does, to give itself all of the glory that should be given to God alone. It is truly the Antichrist within every man. And believe me, it sets up a battle because it is constantly deluding you, telling you to hang on to the things of the senses, and putting fear in your mind that if you were to let go of the things of the senses and reach out for God alone, that somehow you will be destroyed. You're going to have terrible experiences. You may even die. And yet you have to die in order to live. This human ego, the Son of Man, has to die in order that we may be aware of the eternal life of God within ourselves. Now this involves discipleship, because it says, if you will not pick up your cross and follow the Christ, you cannot be his disciple. And that means exactly what it says. And so the first step in picking up your cross and following the Christ is to discover within yourself a deep yearning for God. A yearning that is so great that it supersedes your yearning for everything, for everyone else in the world. If you would yearn after him as you yearn after the things of the senses, if you would yearn after him as you yearn to have a lover, a child, a husband, a wife, whatever, and put into it everything you have, you would find that you would go forth on the path very rapidly. But we kid ourselves. We play games with ourselves. We tell ourselves that everything else is more important and that God always comes second. We have an awful time getting up a little bit early in the morning and meditating upon God, of keeping awake at night in order to do what we should to establish our oneness with him. And yet he gives us 24 hours of the day. He gives us our very life, the right to move and live and breathe and have our being. It is his thoughts that constantly fill our minds. It is his energy that makes it possible for us to do the creative work that we do. It is his will that projects everything in this world. We are co-creators with him. He has given us this blessed privilege. And still we try to save this life. We try to save the life that isn't worth anything and give up that which is eternal within ourselves. Do you not realize what you're missing? That when you make the supreme sacrifice, even if you have the greatest fear in your heart, that if you just plunge into the ocean of God's life, his love, his bliss, that still you will live. But if you try to save your life, you will lose it. You will go like any other ordinary human being. And it says in this chapter that before this thing happens, this death, that many will see the Son of Man in all of his glory. That means that if the human being tries with everything he has to realize his oneness with God, that before the regular human death comes, that he will see the glory of the Savior crucified on his own cross and arisen from the dead, that he will realize truth, that he will have access to the source of all things. All things. It's a tremendous thing when you think of God's omnipresence. And you think, and you really realize the fact that there is not one thought, one word, one action that you do that God is not aware of because he is omnipresent. That seems such a vast thing to think about. And you say, how in the world can he know everything at every moment in his omniscience when everything is so vast, so multiplied? And the reason is that he, out of his own substance, his own form, made man in his image. And he himself is the eternal Word, which dwells in every single form which he made. It is his consciousness. So he himself is the indwelling presence. He is conscious of everything you as a separate human being you think, say, and do, and you don't get away with a thing. The only person you fool is yourself. And you keep yourself from eternal bliss, eternal happiness, and eternal truth. And that is a shame. Because the more you go into the inner sanctuary of your own being, and you experience the bliss of God's presence. You feel His great peace, His great love, and He starts to feed into your mind all of the great knowledge, reveal the hidden meaning behind the parables, gives you the true kernel that's inside of the nut which covers up the truth. And you see the expansion and expansion and expansion. You see how He works minutely in every form. His presence is there. His consciousness is there. His power is there. His will is there. And it spreads all over the world, and there is nothing but God anywhere. No matter what you need, what you want, everything that you need an answer to is given unto you. And the unfoldment goes on and on and on. And you sit there in awe and wonder, wondering how you could be so fortunate as to have all of this unfold before you. When you get rid of this idea of separation, believe me, it is a blessed thing to see God everywhere. As I've said many times before, and it is not original with me, God takes on many guises. There are many people whose personalities you certainly cannot love, but you can love that infinite spirit in every single one. And no matter what anybody says, thinks, or does about you or to you, you can answer back. Like the little boy heard in the Alps the other night, the echo to what he put forth. I love you, I love you, I love you. If you have an enemy, go within yourself, visualize his face in your point of Christ consciousness here, and tell him that you love him with the love of God. See him perfect in God. See him lifted up above all of the sordidness and the cares that have made him whatever he is, that is distasteful to you. But do not put upon him your own burden of hatred, of resentment, of smallness. So many times we think that everything and everybody around us is wrong, doing the wrong thing. And yet we could not see it in that light unless we first have that within our own consciousness. So the place to change is within yourself. And in order to do that, you have to, when this yearning comes to you, find your own path and your own teacher. And it requires absolute dedication, absolute loyalty, absolute work. Because no goal was ever accomplished in this world without total dedication to the perfecting of that goal. And the ones that go from teacher to teacher, from path to path, are getting absolutely nowhere. They may be getting intellectual knowledge, but they are not attaining their God realization, because you have to stick to the one teacher and to the one path if you are going to progress. And still many, because of the intellectual knowledge they gain through following different paths, reading different books, going to different teachers, set themselves up as teachers and feel that they are qualified to direct the lives of others, to where they should go, to what they should do. And they haven't even started, in that case, to put their feet on the first rung of the ladder. And this is the truth. You've got to be one-pointed in your devotion. You cannot take the responsibility for other people's lives until you yourself have realized God in all of his fullness and all of his glory. Until you yourself have paid the total, the complete price for the knowledge of the truth. And the truth is that God is, and he is everywhere equally present. But in order to find that truth, in order to realize it within yourself, then you have to be totally dedicated to one path and to one teacher. And that teacher, if that one is what he or she should be, will bring you to that point where you go within yourself and find God. And then, having attained that state of illumination, you will see him in every path and every teacher. And you will bow down to each and every one, because God is there. It is not done to curtail your activity, to make you a slave to any particular one, but it is done to help you. It is done to protect you. It is done to keep you one-pointed in your love, your loyalty, your devotion for God. Christ and Guru, because that is the one that God has chosen to take you to himself. Nobody could unglue me from my Guru. I am not interested in anyone else from the standpoint of their path, their teaching, and yet I respect the truth in every path, in every teacher. I respect it with all my heart. I can mingle with them, but I have my own, and I will never deviate from that. You know, it's a strange thing, but every time any of the devotees at Mount Washington would go to Master with a problem, he wouldn't have long spiritual discussions with them, and perhaps many of them felt, well, they were being neglected. Because why shouldn't God, or why shouldn't the Guru sit down and talk to them at least for an hour or more about their own personal problems, whether they be in the human sense or the mental sense or the personal sense or the emotional sense? And Master had one stock answer all the time, with very, very few exceptions, and that was, put your attention up here, the point of Christ consciousness. Every problem that you have, you will first take it to God. Then you will find that the problem solves itself. I have had this happen in my own life time after time after time. Some things, some situations are very difficult to rise above. People come at you pretty rigidly sometimes, and some of them blast you. They insult you, they do this and that and the other thing, and they accuse you unjustly. And it's very, very difficult to deal with this at times. But if you will just take a deep breath and let go of all the fury inside of yourself and put your mind on God, rise above the problem and think only of him, you will realize that that one too is God, and that the only problem exists in your own reaction to it. And so quickly you learn to overcome it, to see them again as a child of God. And that's the greatest help you can give anybody, to see them filled with God, to give them love, to give them understanding. It's absolutely necessary. Some teachers say that you should cultivate humility. I have seen people cultivate humility, and believe me, they are not humble. Because when you deliberately start to cultivate humility, immediately you get this holier than thou attitude. I'm doing this, I'm being humble, I am this, I am that, and I am the other thing. Some of them wear sackcloth and ashes, and they go around with long, drawn, sanctimonious, holier than thou expressions on their faces, and they haven't gone anyplace. They are not humble. Humility comes only by putting your full attention upon God, by striving every moment to realize your oneness with him. And when that oneness comes, then this little self disappears, and there is nothing but God in that form. And when that human form is totally surrendered to God, then you cannot cultivate humility or anything else, because it is your will to do the will of your Father, and every moment the power of God is flowing through your consciousness, through your whole being, and you are whatever he makes you to be. You think, you say, you do everything in accordance with his direction. In fact, you do not do it. He does it through this form which he has made. And it's a tremendous position to be in, because it relieves you of the responsibility of making a decision as to what you're going to do. Because if you're really totally surrendered to God, if you have true humility, then you do not exist. And here you are, merely the witness of everything that the Christ does through you and for you. It's a beautiful position to be in. Absolutely beautiful. I would like total dedication, total loyalty to God. I ask nothing more of any one of you than that. This is my greatest desire, that you should find him within yourself, that you should be lifted up into the mountain of your own beings and see the light of God's infinite presence, to have yourself so filled with that light that you shiver in the ecstasy, the bliss of that presence. I have had this. I know what I'm speaking of. It is present in me every moment of my life. But I have to come down from the mountaintop and worked in this world of duality, as I've told you many times. And this is true of every teacher. And many, many times you think, like Jesus, you'd like to go up in the mountain of your own being and just pray and commune with him, to enter his secret temple and just shut the door and be all by yourself. But maybe he doesn't design your life that way. But you're never going to get any place by always thinking that tomorrow you're going to do it. I want action now. I don't stand up here just to waste my breath. I stand up here for your sake. And I would like you to cooperate. I would like you to meditate every morning, every night. I would like you to truly dedicate your lives for God through Christ. I would like to see the results coming through your communication, through your goodwill toward your fellow human beings, particularly the people that you live with. Learn to love God and fail to see all of the things that displease you, because they may displease you, but they may be pleasing to someone else. And the problem is not necessarily the other individuals, it is yours, because you cannot accommodate yourself to the free will and the working of someone else's life pattern. That's true. But as you gain in wisdom, you learn that each human being has the right to be himself. Now, it is true that he must be taught courtesy, consideration, thoughtfulness to all human beings, because God dwells in that form. But God made each one of us special. Each one is a VIP, a very important person. Each one coming with his own special gift in God, his own special work to do. And you have to shake the world up until you find that work. Otherwise, you are like the beggar standing at the gates begging for alms, watching life pass you by. And you have failed to get in and do your part, to do your work, to make your life here on this earth count. Do you realize how difficult it is to have human birth? It is most difficult. Every time that a man and a woman come together in physical union, if it is possible for the woman to conceive, there are any number of souls fighting to get in there, fighting to be that life, that soul is trying to enter the mother's body. I remember very strongly one very, very strong individual that just sort of pushed everything and everybody before him. He was so set on doing his own will in life. And I once said to him, I said, I bet when it came time for you to be born, you said, look out, folks, here I come. And he entered in there, and he was here. And another one was constantly complaining. You know, it's interesting to see all the different people and the way they manifest themselves in the various lifestyles and the reactions to it. And this person was constantly complaining. He was in a high position. And so he had servants who worked under him and all this and that. And the story was told about a friend of his was present at a meal one time, and he sent the food back. This was in his own home 3 different times because it didn't satisfy him. Finally, his friend said to him, you know, I think when you came in this earth, he said, you came out of your mother's womb, you took a good look around, and you said, my God, what an awful mess, and you haven't stopped complaining yet. And some people are like that. It is really true. And you do not realize what a tremendous privilege this life is. But the soul, you see, when it is in the mother's womb, all of a sudden, having fought to get in there, realizes that it has imprisoned itself. And because it is new in the mother's womb, sometimes the memory comes from former lives, different incidents that happens, and then gradually it identifies. It gets hungry. It doesn't sleep when the mother sleeps necessarily. Sometimes it wakes her up through, she thinks a football game is going on inside of her. But anyway, when it's hungry, it feeds from the blood, nourishes from her own body. But also it can be taught while it is still in the mother's womb. And all of us on the spiritual path here know the value of keeping the full consciousness upon God when you are hoping to conceive a child and while you are carrying a child. Keep your mind on God. Think only of Him. Speak of Him. Teach your child while it is still in the womb to be a holy person. And as you do that, and more spiritual children are born into this world, the world will be uplifted. It will become a more spiritual world. You know, there's a tremendous upsurge now, a crying out for spiritual knowledge, of spiritual truth. People are tired of listening to promises because the promises were couched in parables. And they look for everything that is promised to happen outside of themselves, not realizing that the only place they're going to find it is within themselves. All the answers, all of the energy, everything is there. If you can't find your place, then go inside and meditate. Open up this spiritual eye. Focus upon it and focus upon it and ask God to reveal Himself to you until you have but to lift your eyes up there and the answers come. Or they come through your God-given intuition, the feeling, and the pictures come, and the certain knowledge that this is mine, or this is what I should do, or this is the truth. And it comes so clearly that it is pure logic. You cannot argue with it. And it is beautiful. And the higher you climb on the mountain, even after you are up on the summit, still there is all the whole universe that you still have to conquer. You conquer the universe within yourself, and then you go on to explore God's greater universe. And it's the greatest adventure in the world. There is no adventure, nothing that man can seek. Be he a mountain climber, he wants to go up in the sky and glide down, or he wants to go up in an airplane, or whatever he wants to do. Plumb the depths of the earth and the heights of heaven, still there is no greater thing than to get his God realization. That is the adventure, because it's the adventure of every soul, and it takes you on many strange journeys. But the thing is that you don't realize that you could control a lot of the things that happen to you if you only would. But you're willing to suffer yourself to be made a patsy of sometimes, you know? You haven't got the guts to stand up and say, I have a right to live my life. I have a right to be me. And you do. How can you be anything else but your real self? Because if you are doing anything other than that, you are a hypocrite. And that is the truth. Hypocrisy is a terrible thing. And there are many so-called spiritual people who operate apparently in a spiritual sense. And it is totally under the guise of hypocrisy, I can tell you. I've seen it. I've experienced it with many people. There's one thing you always get from me, and that is pure honesty. I don't pretend to be something I'm not. I don't pretend not to wear makeup. I don't pretend not to eat meat. I don't pretend that I don't do this or that or the other thing. I'm right out in the open. But I'm trying to set the example, and that is something that every devotee must do. If they are sincere about realizing their oneness with God, then one of the most important things in the world is to be the example of that which you say you follow. You've got to be the kind of a person that in the first place is able to respect yourself. Because only when you respect yourself can you hope to get the respect of other people. And you've got to put everything into it. But don't go into it with the idea, well, I've come so far now, and maybe you've only come just a little way, so I'm in a position to help everybody else because look at how great I've become. Your first and only job is to get your own God realization, and then God will take care of the rest. He will decide what He wants you to do, what His will is for you. And constantly we're just trying to decide, shall I do this or shall I do that? And we never stop to think that if we would sit down quietly and go within and put our full attention upon God and say, Lord, what is thy will? That we might get a few answers that we can't get otherwise. But we fight. We try to make a decision to do this or to do that. And sometimes we're just at a standstill. We sit on top of a fence. We're afraid to fall off this side. We're afraid to fall that we might fall off that side. And yet, if we don't make a decision, we're for sure going to get tired enough that we're going to fall off one side or the other. We may not like the side we fell off on because we failed to make a firm decision. Now, if you can't get God's guidance, then sit down, write the pros and the cons down, and determine from the human state. God gave you intelligence, He gave you judgment, He gave you reason, He gave you the power to make a choice. So do the best you can in the human sense that you can't feel that direction. And that is God's direction at that time, whether you think it or not. He wants you, in your human sense, to make a decision. Now, maybe it isn't going to come out well humanly. You're going to say, well, God, I prayed you. If you'd only showed me, I would have avoided all this mess. But you had to go through that mess because that was an experience you had to have in order to grow in consciousness. Because every tough thing that we have to go through and conquer makes us a little bit bigger person. And it enlarges your consciousness so that you're able to meet the next obstacle you come to with greater energy, greater insight, and greater persistence. Because having overcome an obstacle once, you know that you can do it again. It gives you a feeling of power inside. And you know that power is not your own, but you know that you're measuring up as a disciple. And that's what you have to do. You just can't go through life complaining, finding fault with everything that happens in your life and with everybody else. Because you first have to look at yourself. You have to take a broom and sweep out your own house and make it clean and keep it clean. And then you have to reach out for that light which is within you. And it isn't outside of you. It's inside of yourself. It's there every single moment. Everything you need is within yourself. You will find unexplored worlds there. A whole universe. And it's so fascinating. So fascinating. And don't forget, if occasionally you happen to have a vision of a form you don't like or an incident that you don't like, that you put it there. It's one of your thought forms. One of the things perhaps that you did sometime in the past is being dredged up to face you. Only when you did it, you see, it wore a totally different garment. It put on a very attractive, seductive garment to lure you to itself. But then all of a sudden you see it stark naked for what it is, and you don't like it very well. And you know that you've been looking at it with rose-colored glasses, and when you took your glasses off, it wasn't very pretty to look at. And you wonder how you could have ever been ensnared by this trap, put into this deep well. I would like you to dedicate yourselves, to release yourselves from this prison house so that you can come and go at will. Isn't it better to conquer your fears by putting your mind fully upon God, knowing you are His child, that there is no such thing as death, so what do you have to fear? And conquer all that and be master of your own life instead of a slave? To really be able to stand up and be counted, to have your self-respect. And you don't have to go to war to do that, you know. You have to give love, and you keep on giving love. And you keep on giving gentleness and kindness. And if God happens to want something else, He will arrange His righteous wrath to come forth through you without any effort on your part. It just happens. And you think, how in the world did I happen to do that? Why did I say that? How did it came? Well, if you had no conscious control over it, it must have been God's will. It must have been God's will. And it was for a purpose. It was for a purpose. You will never reach your goal until you really dedicate yourself wholeheartedly, one-pointedly on God, on one teacher, on one path, and get your own God realization first. Then He will make you a healer. He will make you a prophet. He will make you a worker. He will make you a minister, a guru, or whatever. He will do that. And when it is His will, everything flows in harmony. Everything falls into place. And when you try to do it yourself, sometimes you buck up against one stone wall after another. And you say, well, I've tried everything. I don't know what to do. Of course, nothing is working out. And you know why? Because you were trying to do it. You didn't let God do it through you. And that's one of the most important things that you can remember. Love, loyalty, complete and total dedication to God, Christ, and the Guru will take you there faster than any other thing in this world. And it's the most tremendous feeling. I can remember so well that to me, my Guru was God in human form. And he existed so totally like that for me that I couldn't see the universal God. I knew he was there someplace in the background, but there was God. And he knew everything. And I thought he was keeping track of me every second of my life. And I learned later with the vast number of devotees that he had, it wasn't humanly possible, you know? But God in him kept track of me. And whenever it was necessary for him to find out something about me or to direct me, God gave it to him, just as he does me with you. Because when you have realized your oneness with God, everything that you need is given unto you. Remember that you seek God and his righteousness and the kingdom of heaven first. And then all of the other things are added unto you. But that has to come first. It has to come first. It has to come first. Let me emphasize it and repeat it and repeat it. We do nothing of ourselves. We only think we do. There are many people that keep their minds just consciously and constantly on the things of the senses, of accumulation, of possession, of wealth, of this and that and the other thing. And they forget that the greatest riches in the world, the greatest gold, is the gold of the Spirit. And if you want all of the riches in the world, then seek him first, and you are one with everything. There's a story told about a man who was he wandered out in the woods further than he'd ever wandered one day. And all of a sudden he heard a voice saying, would you like 7 bags of gold? And immediately he said, yes, of course. But he couldn't see anybody around. Well, go home and you will find them there. So he went home and he found 7 bags of gold there, but one bag was only half full. And that bothered him. Here he had 6.5 bags of gold, absolutely full. And this bag of gold was half empty. So he thought, well, I've got to fill up the bag. So he gathered together all of the gold jewelry, everything around the house that was of gold, and he melted it and put it in the bag, and the bag remained just half full. And everything he could lay his hands on, he put into the bag. And he became poorer and poorer and poorer, and he worked harder and harder. He'd worked for this one man for an awful long time, for the king, as a matter of fact. So he went to him and asked him if he couldn't have an increase of wages. And the king said, you have been a good and faithful servant, so I will double your wages. So everything that he got in his wages, he put in the bag, and the bag didn't get any fuller. And he kept on and on and on like this, spending time after time trying to fill the bag with money. He went out and he finally became a beggar. And finally, the king said to him, because he was still in his employ one day, how is it, he said, you know, before you got these 7 bags of gold, he said, you were quite prosperous. You were a good servant, he said. And now, he said, you have 7.5 bags of gold. He said, you put everything you have, you put your whole lifetime of work into this, and still you haven't gotten this bag full. He said, don't you know that this is a spell that put on? He said, I was once offered those 7 bags of gold. And he said, I asked the spirit that offered those bags of gold to me, can I spend them? And he said, immediately the spirit disappeared. Because he said, that is the spirit that keeps you bound. It is the spirit of desire, which is never satisfied. And if you can't spend them, why do you have them? So he said, I refuse them. I would suggest to you, my son, that you go back and tell the spirit that you don't want the gold. So the man went back. And he told the spirit to take away the 7 bags of gold. And so the spirit did this, and the bags of gold disappeared. But the man was a pauper. He didn't have anything. He wasted his whole life trying to fill up a half bag of gold. There's a good lesson in that story. Tremendous. Keep your mind on God, not on money, not on possessions, not on things. And all of the money, all the possessions, all the things that he wants you to have, which you need. Not necessarily that you want, but that you need will be given to you. And many times it comes in such abundance that you don't know what to do about it. So I'll tell you a little story about elephants. I like elephants. You know, they always say in India that you worship the god Ganesha first, and he is half man and half elephant. I remember the mother Indira Devi said to me one time, she took me in a room, it was very secret. She said, you know, I was in meditation, she said, and Ganesha appeared to me, and I said to him, I want to ask you a question. Are you really half elephant and half mine, or are you a symbol? And she said, you know what he said to me? He said, I am the symbol of wisdom and life. That was a great secret that she had to tell me. And so anyway, I like elephants. So my daughter gave me a beautiful little elephant, and I loved it. And then my other daughter gave me a little gold one, and I loved that. And my husband gave me a little black one, and I loved that. And Beth gave me one made out of wax and perfume was still in it, and I loved that. It's green in color. And then Wilmer gave me one that he brought up from California. And then Wilmer gave me one that he brought from New York that was made in Africa. And we could all ask Sunday, the littlest one that I have is the whole one that was made for one of the Betsie's little boys, and he very gladly gave me his elephant. It was his most precious possession. And so today I got another elephant. And this one is green porcelain, and it's beautiful. It was made up in British Columbia. And I just want to tell you that I'm making a collection of elephants, but I have stopped collecting them because I don't have any more space to donate. I think I have sufficient wisdom and light now. I love them. You know, it'd be great to see if I had room to make cabinets and display all of these beautiful things. But my apartment holds only so much. You see, I've had a piano offered to me. I love to play the piano. I'm not a good pianist. I haven't taken lessons since I was 10 years old, but I love to play. So I've had 3 different people offer me a piano, and I haven't got space to put the piano. Now that's really tragic. But probably God knows what he's doing, because you see, if I had the piano, then I'd want to play it, and then that would keep me from writing my book, wouldn't it? So, again, if you seek God and his kingdom first, if you are a good devotee of the Lord, if you are one-pointed in your desire for him, and you stay on the one path and follow the one teaching, go within yourself and find God. Ask yourself, who am I? And if you pursue that, you will come to the answer that I am truth, in truth, am the eternal living Spirit of God in human form. You've all
Take another break now. Come back with it. I'll read to you something from wonderful Ramakrishna. And when he speaks of jnani, it's a realized soul. Sometimes a perfect jnani behaves like a ghoul, does not discriminate about food and drink, holiness and unholiness. A perfect knower of God and a perfect idiot have the same outer signs. The perfect jnani, perhaps, does not utter the mantras while bathing in the Ganges, while worshiping God. Perhaps he offers all the flowers to mantras, nor does he observe the rituals. A man cannot renounce action as long as he desires worldly enjoyment. Discussion around not doing the rituals properly relates directly back to Ramakrishna. And when he was hired due to his brother as a priest in the temples, you have to do it in very tightly prescribed types of ways. It's considered that's the way that you maintain the sacredness of the image. In India, it's considered that the priest is primarily in charge with invoking the deity, the power, the grace of the deity into the temple, and then maintaining its pristine aspect so that the deity remains in power there. And when people come, they are able to receive the grace of that particular deity. Ramakrishna, as he deepened into a spiritual practice, would be worshiping the Divine Mother, Kali. And rather than going according to the perfect prescriptions of what he's supposed to do, his duty as a priest, instead of putting the flowers at the feet of the Divine Mother, he would put it on his own head, because he couldn't distinguish between Divine Mother within the statue and Divine Mother within himself. He put sandal paste on his own forehead. Sometimes he would be found lying on the ground in front of the statue. One thing you never do in India is put your feet towards a spiritual teacher or a deity. He'd be lying there with his feet pointed towards the deity, and to all appearances in an unconscious state. He's in a superconscious state. And the other priests would come and they would kick at him and tell him what a dullard he was and what a terrible priest he was. And now the whole place had to be re-sanctified. And when Swami Satchidananda and I were talking about this, I said it's almost as if being God realized disqualified him from being a priest because he couldn't keep his mind in that particular way. And it's true. He had gone beyond the prescriptions of these particular laws. And that is when Moses took the people to the promised land, that they wandered for so many years and they were tested in so many ways. But when it came time to it, Moses did not go with people into the promised land. The symbolic reason of that is that Moses represents the law. He was the law giver. And the law takes you so far. And then at some point you have to give up the law, because the law is something of the mind. It's something of the ego nature. It's higher, it's better than ordinary ego nature. It is sattvic, which is the purified self, but it's still a self in a limited kind of way. So Moses was left behind, did not enter into that promised land. So to continue with Ramakrishna, man cannot renounce action as as long as he desires worldly enjoyment. As long as one cherishes a desire for enjoyment, one performs action. Then he tells a story. A bird sat absent-mindedly on the mast of a ship anchored in the Ganges. Slowly the ship sailed out into the ocean. When the bird came to its senses, it could find no shore in any direction. It flew toward the north, hoping to reach land. It went very far and grew very tired, but could find no shore. What could it do? It returned to the ship and sat on the mast. After a long while, the bird flew away again, this time to the east. It couldn't find land in that direction either. Everywhere it saw nothing but limitless ocean. Very tired, it again returned to the ship and sat on the mast. After resting a long time, the bird went toward the south and then toward the west. Again, it found no sign of land in any direction. It came back and settled down on the mast. It did not leave the mast again, but sat there without making any further effort. It no longer felt restless or worried. Because it was free from worry, it made no further effort. The man who was listening said, "Ah, what an illustration." And the master says, "Worldly people wander about to the four quarters of the earth for the sake of happiness. They don't find it anywhere. They only become tired and weary. When through their attachment to women and gold, they only suffer misery. They feel an urge towards dispassion and renunciation. Most people cannot renounce women and gold without first enjoying it. There are two sorts of people, those who stay in one place and those who go about to many places. There are some sadhakas, the spiritual aspirants, who visit many sacred places. They cannot settle down in one spot. They must drink the water of many holy places. Thus, roaming about, they satisfy their unfulfilled desires. And at last, they build a hut in one place and settle down there. Then, free from worry and effort, they meditate on God. But what is there to enjoy in the world? Women and gold? That is only a momentary pleasure. One moment it exists, and the next moment it disappears. The world is like an overcast sky that steadily pours down rain. The face of the sun is seldom seen. There is mostly suffering in the world. On account of the cloud of women in gold, one cannot see the sun. Some people ask me, "Sir, why has God created such a world? Is there no way out for us?" I say to them, why shouldn't there be a way out? Take shelter with God and pray to Him with a yearning heart for a favorable wind, that you may have things in your favor. If you call on Him with yearning, He will surely listen to you. A man had a son who was on the point of death. In a frenzy, he asked remedies of different people. One of them said, "Here is a remedy. First, it must rain when the star Swati is in the ascendant. Then some of the rain must fall into a skull. Then a frog must come there and drink the water, and a snake must chase it. And when the snake is about to bite the frog must hop away, and the poison must fall into the skull. You should give the patient a little of the poison and the rainwater with the skull." The father set out eagerly to find the medicine, and the star Swati was in the sky. It started raining. Fervently he said to God, "O Lord, please give me a skull for me." Searching here and there, he at last found a skull with rainwater in it. Again he prayed to God, saying, "O Lord, I beseech thee, please help find a frog and a snake." Since he had great longing, he got the frog and the snake also. In the twinkling of an eye, he saw a snake chasing a frog, and as it was about to bite the frog, its poison fell into the skull. If one takes shelter with God and prays to Him with great longing, God will surely listen. He will certainly make everything favorable. The listener said, "What an apt illustration." Master, yes, God makes everything favorable. Perhaps the aspirant doesn't marry. Thus he is able to devote his whole attention to God. Or perhaps his brothers earn the family's livelihood. Or perhaps a son takes on the responsibilities of the family. Then the aspirant will not have to bother about the world. He can give 100% of his mind to God. But one cannot succeed unless one renounces women and gold. Only by renunciation is ignorance destroyed. The sun's rays, falling on a lens, burn many objects. But if a room is dark inside, you cannot get the result. You must come out of the room to use the lens. But some people live in the world even after attaining jnana. They see both what is inside and what is outside the room. The light of God illumines the world. Therefore, that light, they can discriminate between good and bad, permanent and impermanent. The ignorant who lead a worldly life without knowing God are like people living in a house with mud walls. With the help of a dim light, they can see the inside of the house, but nothing more. But those who live in the world after having attained knowledge and realize God are like people living in the glass house. They see the inside of the room and also that is outside. The light from the sun of knowledge enters strongly into the room. They perceive everything inside the room very clearly. They know what is good and what is bad, what is permanent and what is impermanent. God alone is the doer, and we are all his instruments. Therefore, it is impossible, even for a jnani, to be egotistic. As Jesus said, "Let thine eye be single, and thy whole body shall be filled with light." And what does this mean? That when we put our full attention upon the ajna, the point between the eyebrows, that a light is seen there. It is the Christ light. It is the light of God. And it illumines our whole being. If we could, with super conscious attention, put our full attention there at the point of the eyebrows, we would be completely illumined in a moment. But many of us have not prepared ourselves for such an existence. So we gradually enter into it. We enter into a calm state of mind, full awareness, full attention. We see that light begin to grow within the ajna. We see that Christ light begin to penetrate in throughout our being. This is the most marvelous event when this takes place. It is not something we can necessarily demand of God, but we can make ourselves completely and totally available to it with the intention that God should reveal himself, and make himself known within us. So let us take a few moments now. Concentrate upon the ajna. Open yourself to that light. Open yourself to the expansiveness of pure being. Grace is in the air. It is here, it is now. Open your heart and your mind to that grace. Ask God to come in. You might merge in him and he in you. Peace. Peace. Bliss.
Yes. Mm.
Listen to a talk of masters. Holding the one in all.
My age is written on the candle. There's only one. Make my wish, but I have no wish. All I do is what you want. I didn't know there was so much joy and fun in happy birthday. It is because of your joy I enjoy so much. Words are inadequate to express what I feel. I remember when I went to India in 1935 and 36, I remembered what Jesus said and why he said, "Who is my father, who is my mother, sister and brother, but who loves God?" And with great awe I felt all those of you whose life I have lived, each one of you, and the joy of your spiritual growth had been so impinged in my consciousness that I felt my real brothers and sisters are those who love God. Parents are given to us by God, and the real father is God, and the real mother is God, and real brothers and sisters are those who love God. So I remember that feeling, that indescribable feeling in India. And all those of you who have lived up to my ideals and whose lives I have lived in myself, I know each of you. And I know that you haven't deceived me in any way. You couldn't if you tried, but I was within you. And I never have deceived any of you in word, speech, or mind. That's why the God in us became manifest, and we realized the joy of living in a spiritual family, where God is the Father and the Mother, and we are His children. So this birthday is very significant to me. Though my body was born in the womb of a very divine mother, I was born in your heart, through the heart of God. I never dreamt that such a fellow feeling would be possible. And it is because you have lived up to the ideal that I have cherished. The ideals which I cherished, I lived for in the company of my great Guru Preceptor. So I am very, very fortunate to realize in this world that though loving my relatives truly and not limiting my love to them, I realize the greater love of God. For it is God who comes as the father and the mother and the brother and the sister, the husband and the wife and the children. We must not stop there. Why is it that two people, they marry, they have children, they have a family, then they are thrown apart? To grow the divine love. And we must not stop there. We must invest that love in the world. When we can make others our own, and you can't make others your own by any form of diplomacy. It is by the sincerity of your heart. As you know, relatives are imposed upon us, and we have to keep them if they are bad. But our spiritual relatives we can choose. And love and friendship can be only received as gifts. God comes to us as relatives to test us, but He comes to us as friend to give Himself unto us. For in friendship, wherein we elect each other by the gift of the free choice of our hearts, we find the glory of God manifest. And never have I felt such a felt feeling in the spiritual family in which I was born as I feel in this divine family. Here we have never asked who followed the Jewish religion or Christian religion or the Hindu religion. We have taken you all as you know, because you love God. And that's why this birthday is very significant to me, because I was born in this family, this eternal family. I was born in your heart. And that's why it gives me an indescribable joy in this family. For the God who is invisible and unseen, and while the audacity of the seen world eclipses the glory and the love of God, when we bring that invisible and the unseen power and make Him manifest in our daily life, then He appreciates. For God has everything, but He hasn't all. He created us with one expectation. But chance, we would use our free choice to love Him in preference to His gifts. That's why Jesus said, "Let the men of the world seek after. Gifts of God, the short-sighted people of the world seek after. But ye who are wise, ye who love God, love the giver of all gifts, and all things will be added unto you. For all things belong to Him, including our bodies. Nor ye be of doubtful mind." This stupendous drama of this world, with the dance macabre of war, with death and life and smiles and sorrows and joys and pestilence, this great drama of history, the worlds and solar systems and stellar systems dancing all around in this vast sphere, with intelligence, a little bit of intelligence in our heart, by which we can recognize our surrounding, we realize that the Maker has one purpose. He created us. He gave us free choice. And he hasn't our love unless we give it to him. This world is a hobby of God. But he is very sincere about this hobby. He divorced us from himself. He repulsed us from himself, cast us in delusion for one purpose, that in this drama we may realize by the free choice of our hearts that we love him more than his gift. And when we realize that, then we find that in this ephemeral world, when every 100 years 2,000 million people of the earth are whisked away into the unseen, that there is one purpose: to recognize him who never talks of himself, and yet in the fragrance of the rose in its core, in its window of beauty, he infinitely peeps at you and entertains you and calls you to the fragrance. Come, somewhere in this rose I am hiding. In the gems, God first manifests. He reformed the earth into beauty. He wasn't satisfied. He became a little rose. And he called people with fragrance and beauty and softness to seek him. They are hiding. He wasn't satisfied. So he became a bird, a whippoorwill, a nightingale, a myna, singing and singing this song of beauty. Then God became more manifest. He was becoming more visible, more audible, more manifest. He wasn't satisfied becoming a bird and the vast number of animals. He became man and woman to play the drama of feeling and reason. In man, he kept reason open, feeling hidden. In woman, he kept feeling uppermost with reason hidden. Therein lies the trouble between man and woman. Man says the woman, convinced against her will, is of the same opinion still. And the woman says man cannot feel. Both are mistaken, for man helps to bring out the hidden reason in woman, and the woman brings out the hidden feeling in man. When that is done, then we reach perfection. But we don't have to have men and women to bring this out. When in our natures we develop reason and feeling in a balanced way, so that we enjoy wisdom with feeling and perception. Just whenever you see a rose, if you begin to weigh its petals, if you begin to analyze it, you don't enjoy the rose anymore. You enjoy the rose because it is. That's why if you only see things with wisdom and measure people with intelligence as to what they have done, and in that measure recognize their love and friendship, then you haven't found God. When unconditionally you love people, in spite that they hurt you, if with that wisdom of God you still love people, then you begin to know that God does not reveal himself unto the prudent and the wise, but unto babes. Devotion, feeling, wisdom and reason, when they are commingled in our hearts, when without feeling we enjoy our wisdom, then we can perceive truth even as God perceives wisdom and does not arrive at conclusions to the dialectics of reason. One crow is black, two crows are black, millions of crows have been found to be black. Therefore all crows are black. Well, this inductive reasoning is false because they found white crows in Australia. Then you say all men are mortal, this is a man, therefore he is mortal. Well, Jesus said, destroy this body and I shall build it again. He lived again. He resurrected himself. His master resurrected himself. And as Babaji is still living in India. Whether you believe or not, that isn't the question. These are verities that exist. I remember a long time ago in India, I had a broker student, and he was all the time telling that there were no saints. He wasn't a student then, but he was telling how in India all these saints were beggars and they were pigs and so forth. So I said, how do you know? Well, he went on reiterating his opinion. So I changed the subject, and after a little while, I started to talk about brokerage. Then I concluded that not one broker was honest, and they didn't know their business. You should see him angry. He was like a raging bull. So he said, what do you know about brokerage? I said, I don't. Then I said, what do you know about saints? You made it your business to mix with brokers. I made it a business to find saints. And that reminds me of my experience when I was once coming from New York to Los Angeles dressed this way. A movie actor was sitting in front of me. He was extremely disgusted with my long hair and this robe. He was openly sarcastic. But I was highly amused. I knew to be angry with him would be childish, and to let him go on being angry was also foolish, so I thought of healing him. I said, pardon me, why do you make such a face? He said, none of your business. I said, of course it's my business, because every time I look ahead, I have to see your face. So he started laughing. He said, what an audacious person you are. I said, we will understand each other in a little while. I said, you know, in this world, we are all a little bit crazy and we don't know it. Because crazy people of the same kind mix with the same kind of crazy people. And I tell you, I know about your craziness. And if I were crazy like you would like me. And if you were crazy like I am, then we would like each other. But the thing is this, I know about your craziness, but you don't know what kind of craziness I have. And fools argue and wise men discuss. Let us discuss, and if at the end of the discussion, constructive discussion, I lose, I will follow you and be a movie actor. And I said, if you lose, you follow me. So we had a 2 hours discussion, and at the end of 2 hours, he lost, and I won, and I was saved from being a movie actor. The thing is, that's one of the greatest things Master said, that we are hypnotized by our environment, and we can't see anything beyond the horizon of our experience. I often tell this to my audiences, that you call the Hindu heathens, but you don't know what they call you. They call you heathens too. If you are in India in temples, they will make you feel that you are a heathen. As here, so many think that the Hindus are heathens. But you know, ignorance is everywhere 50-50. And Rudyard Kipling said that East and West, the twain never will meet. Well, that's true. If the East and West were made of the same pattern, they couldn't learn from each other. It was because they are different that they can learn from each other. But the 2 other lines of Rudyard Kipling are never quoted, that when a strong man of the East and the strong man of the West meet, the twain will always meet. When understanding people of East and West come together, they will find a common ground of understanding. In the East, we emphasize more meditation, more calmness. In the West, building of the hive. But both the hive of material life and the honey of peace are necessary. And when we balance them, then we find happiness. If we live in a cave, all of us, we will die of diseases. We have to live in this world, but not become a part of the world. We are on this little ball, floating in space with infinite ether around it. We must realize why we don't go up, why the ocean doesn't run into the sky, why everything doesn't fall apart when the earth is going through two motions. We must realize that we are the product of a vast intelligence, inconceivably big. But the ocean is in the drop, and the ocean is made of the drop. So we are very little compared to the vast universe around us. And this isn't the only earth, this isn't the only universe. Many universes are floating like islands in the great vast sphere of my Father's presence. So we must remember that we did not make our intelligence. That intelligence is only a borrowed gift from the cosmic intelligence. And to forget him is the greatest folly. For when you look at your body, when you look at the world, it seems that you are engaged with everything, that you have no time for God. But every night, he dissolves your body in the subconscious sphere and makes you realize that you are not a man, not a woman, but a piece of consciousness, a reflection of his consciousness sleeping in space, in joy. The drama of sleep gave me the greatest faith in joy. When anybody told me I am made in the image of God, I laughed. Well, I couldn't see in this frail body the image of God, but Master said, in the subconscious mirror of sleep, you find that you are infinite. That every night you become the infinite. You are not man nor woman. You are joyous and happy and conscious. But when you wake up, you always know that you are never unconscious in sleep. You exactly know how you sleep. Only you are not conscious of your body, but you are conscious of your real self. And the nest of your troubles starts with the body. So all the gifts and kindness that you have given to me, I want to give this gift to you. Remember these two natures in you. The nature as a man, as a human being during the day, and the nature as God at night. As I often say, we are all gods at night, but we become devils during the day. And if we can be gods during the day, we are gods all the time. And this purpose of life must not be drowned in the various engagements with matter. We must remember, if God says, I have no time for you, and stops sticking in your heart, all your engagements have to be cancelled immediately. Or one of the great sayings in India is, he is the cleverest who finds God. He is the cleverest who gives time to find God. He is the cleverest who finds that supreme happiness within. And you can stand unshaken amidst the crash of breaking world. He who speaks. The riches of peace cannot be taken away by all the robbers of circumstances and trials. In the spiritual family, you all remind me by your actions of one whom millions forget. And that's why they suffer. I remember one day I was in the movies. Movies have one fascination because I see the whole world as movies. I was in the booth and I saw the operator was reading a novel. And I saw this automatic machine was going on and the beam was causing on the screen a terrible horror picture. And I said, Lord, how is it? I have the whole show of the universe in front of me. You are this operator who is thinking of new plays, and your nature is throwing this beam in the sky. And I see the hero and the villain are nothing but pictures. Nobody is killed. Many were being killed and shot in this picture, but I saw from the booth, it was the light that had created the villain, and the light had created the hero. And the voice said, remember, the villain is created so that you don't become the villain, but that you love the hero. If you become the villain, your throat has to be cut. And now you see that there is no villain, no hero. They are both pictures of my being. After getting away from the villain and evil, or tasting poison honey, taste the honey of goodness and then coming to the beam, and you will realize that all this world which you see of terrible wars and troubles is nothing but a picture show, cosmic motion picture show in the sky. You will be surprised. You never analyze that as soon as you sleep and dream, you can create a world like this, with people suffering from cancer and disease and wars and some smiling babies born, old men dying. Then when you wake up, you see that all those things are made of your dream country. So remember, this is the same, nothing different. And until you find that out, this world is a terrible show. I said to God, as he was talking to me, but Lord, look at the audience. They are howling and screeching downstairs at this horror show. I see that it's nothing but pictures and light, but I see the invisible beam. There are no murders in the beam, no heroes, not villains in the beam. But Lord, what about the audience? They don't know. Then the voice said, tell them all to look at my beam within, and they will realize that this show was given to entertain them, not to get mixed up with it. That's why, remember, every night he makes you alone. Every night he withdraws you from this movie, cosmic movies, and makes you realize you are the son. You are made in his image. You cannot be violated or hurt by stones, not bombs, not machine guns, not atomic bombs. Remember, the best shelter is in the silence of your soul. And if you can develop that silence, nothing in the world can touch you. And you can say, Jang labdha chaparam labham mannate nadikam taka. Having which no other gain becomes greater. Then you can stand unshaken amidst the crash of breaking worlds. Then you are not in any way touched by cold and heat, pleasure and pain. But as soon as you are touched by these, you are with the movie. So I realize this world with terrible wars and troubles. When I see the injustices, I cannot uphold the Father. But when I see that light dancing around me, it's the picture show. Then I say, glory to the Father. So remember, on one little piece of thought is the whole universe resting. And when you rub off that thought at night, the whole universe tumbles away. You do not realize that the ocean is present in every drop, and that great power of God is present in every thought. And I do hope that in your kindness to me, you remember this that I told you. Do not get mixed up with this movie, these terrible movies of God. There is one purpose, to get to the beam. Get away from the villain and villainous action and poison honey of evil. Drink with the hero, the good honey of virtue, then get to the beam. Then you will suddenly realize it was only a show. History has no meaning for me. For God can revive the past in the present, and the present in the future. There is no time nor space. Everything is happening in your own thought. If you realize that, you will realize the infiniteness of God, and the kindness of God, and the love of God. He has one thing in mind. He has thrown out from his being, the well and the good. And he wants to bring them back and make them one with the being. Thank you, all those that have come from far off, and Franklin and all the disciples of the order. Thank you for all your kindness, and remember this, that with the love of God I love you all, and my life is very little that I can give to you. If you would love him who has sent me. And your kindness reminds me one thing. It doesn't inflate me with pride, though I am very proud of you all. It makes me feel the love of him who loves us all. It's he. It's the divine mother of the universe. He is the mother, he is the father. Love the father behind the father, mother behind the mother. Friend behind the friend, only one friend behind all our friends. So remember, one little story I shall tell you. There was a great saint. His name was Vyasa. He was the writer of the Bhagavad Gita, the Hindu Bible. And he was sitting by the river Jamuna. And the disciples of Krishna, the greatest prophet of India, they were carrying some cheese. Krishna loved cottage cheese, but he lived on the other side of the river Jamuna. And Jamuna was in flood, and all the boats were sunk. So they very much felt for their master, and they saw Vyasa was in Samadhi, he was in ecstasy with God. And they sat around Vyasa, and Vyasa woke up and he said, "What can I do for you?" They said, "Krishna is on the other side, and we want to get this cheese to him. The master has not eaten, and the Jamuna is flooded. We have no boats. Could you tell some way how you can get there?" He said, well, you think of Krishna, what about me? I have to eat something." Vyasa was also a great student of Krishna. They couldn't understand how he dared to eat before the master. He says, yes, without myself eating something, I can't do anything. So he ate all the cheese that he could. Then he stands by the river and says, "Oh river Jamuna, if I have not eaten anything, divide up and part." Jamuna parted. Then the students of Krishna said, he ate the cheese in front of us and said, "Jamuna, if I didn't eat anything, divide up and part." And the Jamuna obeyed. They couldn't understand. They hurriedly passed through. And when they went on the other side and near the camp of Krishna, Krishna used to always in greatest joy meet them. He was sound asleep, and his little tummy seemed to be filled. So they woke him up and said, Master, your cheese is here." Oh, he got up and asked to eat. "The master, aren't you interested in cheese today?" "Oh no," he said. "The other fellow sitting on the other side of the river fed me too much." We didn't know when he was eating, he was only giving it to Krishna. So he who has given us this joy, think of him. Whatever you do, give it to him. Do that, and you will find him all the time with you. Yomang pashyati sarvatro sarvancho mui pashyate aham tang punasyami sachame punasyati. He who watcheth me always, I watch him always. To the flowers and the stars and the human beings, he never loses sight of me, nor I lose sight of him. Thank you for this very wonderful birthday in your heart and in our heart, Mother.
Master's birthday will be on January 5th. Get a preview. Take a break now.
Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Shri Ram Jai Ram Shri Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai 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 Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai 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 Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai 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 Jai Ram Shri Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Hey Govinda, hey Gopala, hey Vasudeva, Nityananda, hey Radhe Radhe Radhe, Radhe 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 Shyam. Hey, Radhe, 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 Shyam. Hey, Govinda, hey, Gopala, hey, Vasudeva, Nityananda. Hey, Radhe, 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 Shyam. Hey, Radhe, 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 Shyam. Hey, Govinda, hey, Gopala, hey, Vasudeva, Nityananda. Hey, Radhe, 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 Shyam. Hey, Radhe, 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 Shyam. Hey, Govinda, hey, Gopala, hey, Vasudeva, Nityananda. Hey, Radhe, 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 Shyam. Hey, Radhe, 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 Shyam. Hey, Govinda, hey, Gopala, hey, Vasudeva, Nityananda. Hey, Radhe, 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 Shyam. Hey, Radhe, 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 Shyam. Hey, Radhe, 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 May my life be for
Passing around drinks now. If you could drink it for a moment. Wait and close to the ear. in 2017. Be a happy, holy, healthy New Year. So many years we brought in the New Year like this with Mother, and I just couldn't think of any better way to do it. So it's wonderful to have Master as part of it as well.
Just shaking. What does he say?
Crashing worlds around you. Prasad. Bring it in. So it always brings to mind Swami Satchidananda. We give it to the children. And they come up in little toddlers who come up with their hands like that. Start filling them up, and pretty soon candy usually overflowing from their hands. And look at it, their eyes will get bigger and bigger, and then they look around at their parents. See what I have? That's so cute. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Maidens are getting restless.
Tomato really gets into fireworks. Wow. They're just right out there.
What a long journey it was, and some of you through snow, sleet, and rain. I hope you all will take that idea of building a picture of yourself for how you want to be and what you want in your life for this coming year. Thought really does precede everything else. Build that picture of yourself. Self-mastery, peace, happiness, joy, wisdom. Step into that picture, become that picture. Let God fill in all the details.
Seemed like Master's voice was more clear than I've ever heard it.
It's a good recording of them.
Mhm.
That recording.
No, it's really good, but
was more. It always seems like he's right in the room, but
Mhm.
just yeah, it seems.
And how warm and loving.
Yeah.
That was it felt like a more intimate occasion, not like he was giving a big speech.
Mhm. Love that after 2 hours, he won the argument, so it saved him from having to be enacted. Although I'm not completely sure that that was
I was gonna say.
true.
Yeah, you experienced a lot of prejudice because nobody had seen it.
Another time he said that was Claude Rains, who was the actor, Claude Rains.
Oh, that's who it was?
I believe so.
Famous
I was about to say, what's wrong with your face?
You're an audacious fellow.
What a bodacious.
Was it audacious or bodacious? I thought
Audacious.
audacious. Yeah, I thought it was bodacious.
I think that came till later.
How, 2017?
2017. Used to be the future in the movies. And something
boy, that's right.
so far away. I like the sound of it. 2017. Close, but we can just do it a cappella. Play the long time sunshine. Long time sunshine on you, all love surround you, and the pure light within you guides you all the way home. May the long time sunshine on you, all love surround you, and the pure light within you guide you all the way home. May the long time sunshine on you, all love surround you, and the pure light within you guide you all the way home. Truly so. Touches my heart truly that we can be together. It's just a year ago that we had an abbreviated meditation in the afternoon. And so happy to be here to be celebrating back in full health. Come on, just a bow to the light.